Sure, everything's working. I think everything is working. All right, cool. Everything's working. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I want to be in the cavalry. Send me off to war. I want a good steed under me. I want others before. And I want a good bugle sound. Hear the cannons roar. I want to be in the cavalry. I'll home no more. There we go. Okay. Everything's working. We got everything good to go. Yep, everything's streaming. Everything's streaming. Okay, good. Whew. All right. I was worried there for a minute. Really was. Alrighty. Hello, my name is Commissar Hecht, and welcome. Yes, we are back with ShirtCam 101. And we are doing, let me get these clippers out of here real quick. We're going to be painting guardsmen and a tank. Actually, several tanks. We're probably going to be doing tanks throughout the holiday break, just so I can get them out of the way. And get them squared away. So I have the tanks. So we've got a Lehman Russ Vanquisher, or sorry, no, Lehman Russ. Yes, that is a standard Lehman Russ pattern, right? Yeah, that's a standard Lehman Russ pattern. I think the Vanquisher. Yeah, there's the Vanquisher. Okay, so we've got a standard battle tank Lehman Russ with plasma cannon sponsons, a lost cannon, and a standard battle cannon. We have a standard Lehman Russ with heavy bolters, lost cannon, and battle cannon. So that's two of the tanks. And then we have a Vanquisher with plasma cannon and lost cannon. So that's tank number 3. And tank number 4 is a Punisher Lehman Russ tank with a Punisher Gatling cannon, plasma cannon sponsons, and a heavy bolter. Right? Yep, that's in there. And I think that's it. So, yeah. So we got a lot of tanks to build. Or paint, I should say, not build. Well, actually, we also have, if we're going to talk about tanks, we also have a Hydra flak cannon and this gem. This little gem right here. We got a Rogaldorn. A Rogaldorn battle tank. If you could see. Let me just, whoop. There we go. This beauty of a tank right here. I like it. But, so that's what we got right now. So, we are working on the pile of shame. And that's what we're doing today. Why is it tilted like that? Let me just... There we go. Looked tilted. Alright. So we're going to be using the old style Catachan green and some Abaddon black. We're just going to be painting. We're just going to be assembly line painting, quote unquote, assembly line painting the military fatigues. For music, I am listening to, for those of you that are concerned, I'm listening to Colum R. McGinnis. He's a really good singer, but I've also listening to like a few other stuff. So, yes. So that's what I've got right now. Yeah, we'll do that. And when people start coming in the chat, and we can talk about Warhammer and talk about the lore and all that stuff. And I like it. 4 messages. Oh, okay. Well, it's that happened. As seen, as I've seen unsown, Durin rocked alone. The nameless hills and dales, he rang from yet untasted wells. He sails and mirror, and so the sails of ear, as gems of dawn, their silver thread across the shelter of his head. The world was fair, the mountains call, the elder days before the fall of mighty kings in Agathron and Gondolin, who now beyond western seas and fast away, the world was fair in Durin's day. A king he was on carven throne, in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor, and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon, in shining lamps of crystal hewn, undimmered by cloud or shade of night, shone forever fair and bright. Hammer on the anvil smote, the chiseler clove, braver wrote. Forge was laid and mound was hilt, the delver mined, the mason built, sparrow, pearl, and opal failed, like measure wrought, like fish's mail, buckler and corslet, axe and sword, shining fears were laid in hoard. Wavered were Durin's folk, beneath the mountains music woke. The harpers harped, the minstrels sang, trumpets rang. The world is gray, the mountains gold, the forges fires ashen cold. Harpers rung, hammer falls, and darkness dwells in Durin's hall. The shadow lies upon his tomb, in Moria, in Khazad-dûm. Still the sun and stars appear in darkest endless mirror mere. Their eyes as round and water deep, in wakes front and from sleep. God, I love that song. It's such a good like it's such a good song to listen to, because if you just as a DM, right, when you're playing D&D, right, if you just did, and I've been thinking about incorporating it into one of my campaigns, right? So we go to uh, 2 minutes 10, I think. If you just do this bit right here, and you got your characters, you got your players in a tavern, right? And I build the scene right. So you got your players in a tavern. They're rested. They're trying to get rest. They're a little weary. All that stuff. And then the bard comes in, like the tavern's bard, the one that's like, look, he's getting cash, just a little bit of copper pieces every night to play. So he plays this song, right? He plays this song, this particular stanza, right? This particular stanza. A king he was on carven throne, in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor, and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon, in shining lamps of crystal hewn, undimmered by cloud or shade of night, have shone forever pale and bright. Right? If you just did that bit right there, and then you like, hey, you describe it a little more of like this ancient. I mean, it was kind of more dwarven, like, because it's about Durin, right? Right, the dwarves of Middle Earth. But if you just are like, yeah, this is this old dwarven hold that fell because of some terrible calamity, and you explain the song a little bit further, take the Lord of the Rings stuff right out of it a little bit, you could make a hell of a very cool hook for your D&D players. Like, just, oh, I like it. I like it. Anyway, so I think that's a hell of a good song to just get some inspiration. And it doesn't have to be dwarven, right? It could be elvish, right? You could the bard could be singing about the tragedy of the elves, right? The bard could be singing about, you'd have to play around with this with what the bard is singing about, right? So uh, instead of he sat upon a carven throne in many pillared halls of stone. Um, you could say, she could for the elves. It could be she sat upon a woven throne, or she's on a throne of which was weave. She sat, or something like that. Or she sat upon, and I say she because most elven villages are led by matriarchs. There are patriarchs, but she sat upon a throne, um, with beauty weaved amongst the pillars formed of trees. You know, something to that extent. Really, really basic, right? I had to think about it, but basic enough to talk about, like an elven kingdom, right? A wooden elven kingdom upon a throne. So with beauty weaved sat a queen with pillared leaves or pillared trees. Um, Instead of golden roof and silvered floor, it would be with um, oh God, with softened earth, or with golden roof and silvered floor. So that would be with azure sky and verdant floor, right? Something to that extent. You could then say with azure sky and verdant floor, and runes of power. Uh, it would have to be a little different with the runes of power carved on a door, because we're talking about like uh, a we're talking about an elven realm, right? But it could work, a wooden palisade with carven door. Um, you know, crystal the stanza with sun and star and the light of sun and star and shining moon enshrined in lamps of crystal hewn, right? You could kind of keep that can go with any sort of magic. Um, Undimmered uh, by dusk or shade of night. That's perfectly fine. Forever there shall shone well and bright. That's perfectly fine too. But then you get into like the anvil smote, and you're talking about the miners and the delvers and all that stuff. That you would have to kind of change, but it works. Um, so section ratio. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, I love that particular song, and it works for a DM. It's like a gift, really. Hello there. What can I do you? Welcome to the stream. You just missed me talking about a little bit of like D&D, Dungeons and Dragons creativity. So I was listening to a good song, uh, Durin's Folk, and I was talking to them about, or talking about some decent like dungeon hooking, DN, like world creation, all that stuff. But are you new to Warhammer? Do you play? Just curious what you're building. Oh, nice. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. It's actually made me sign up for my first session. Oh, good. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is an awesome game. It's a good entry into Dungeons and Dragons for the people that are like uninitiated. Um, it's a little bit beginners kind of. I play 3.5. Most of my D&D books are on the bottom shelf over there on that row. And then I've got some Pathfinder. I've not played a whole bunch of fifth edition, but it's yeah, yeah. What I'm building is Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum. So let me just rotate this bad boy. And there is an Imperial Guard weapons team. That's a lost cannon. And the goal is to get these, is to finish my Imperial Guard army. For Warhammer, I'm relatively new, started this year, so I'm definitely a noob. I have no intention of playing 40k games, but I love painting. Well, if you are a fan of... We love human raw. Yeah, so if you're a fan of 40k, I could definitely talk to you about like the lore and all that stuff if you want to go into a lore dive. I am not as good as some people, but I do know a lot. The Imperial Guard is the Imperium's faction. I know a bit. I only really delve. I only really delved into what I like for example, like painting custom army. I want to base around the Black Templars. Well, if you're going to go Black Templars, or army around the Black Templars. Let's see. I do not have an updated Imperial. I do not have an updated Space Marines Codex, but I can say with chest there are plenty of there are plenty of second founding chapters that either are in fealty of or listen to the Black Templars, that are offshoots of the Imperial Fists that follows Sigismund, that they that are Crusader like, but don't carry the baggage of the Black Templars, right? And I say baggage because sometimes the Black Templars do some pretty dumb things. A perfect example is they will willfully go out and challenge an enemy, all for honor's sake, and sacrifice the high ground or sacrifice an advantage just so that they can get first blood and have that honor and victory. And while I understand that's part of their aesthetic, that does not make a good tactical decision. Like if you sacrifice your advantage for honor's sake, and then on top of that, like they're supposed to be protecting people and they really don't. There's a scene in Hell's Reach where the salamanders are holding ground and the orcs are pushing a squad of Black Templars. And yes, the salamanders do suffer a little bit more casualties than the Black Templars because they're holding ground and trying to protect the shelters and the bunkers that the Imperial citizens are hiding in. It took a sister battle to yell at Grimaldus, the Black Templar commander. I just finished recently my Grimaldus model, and that's what I feel I love about them. Oh well, again, Grimaldus is a good model to paint. Um, but yeah, if you read Hell's Reach, a Sister of Battle literally humbles him at near the climax of the book. It's like you've been so focused on your own honor, you haven't you're you haven't figured out why you were sent here. You were sent here to die. And Grimaldus is like struggling with it a little bit because he's like, no, we're the Black Templars. We never die. Blah. And, you know, that's all that stuff. It's a good read. Um, I like the depiction of the Black Templars. Just some of the stuff I disagree with like some of their tactics and stuff. Um, but yeah, overall it's a fantastic series. And the guardsmen in that book are fucking spot on. They're great. Andre is just a fantastic person. Is such a bitter. Yeah, but I mean, so the thing about Armageddon is it's supposed to be bitter. It's supposed to be bitter, right? Was um, Armageddon was, and always have been a very bitter fight between the Imperium and the Orcs. Um, like it's supposed to be bitter. Uh, because before Armageddon was called Armageddon, it was called Olenor, and that's where a major orc empire was. Um, so, like during the Great Crusade, the orc empire of Olenor was Armageddon. And I believe it was the Iron Warriors um, that that fought the Olenor campaign and lost a crap ton of people. A few models I would love to paint are the Iron Warriors because they just look sad that they're heretical. Well, I mean, the Iron Warriors. I mean, I don't understand. Like out of all of the people that turned traitor, really Perturabo has the most. For the guardsmen, I love how with the fall of Cadia, the guard never stopped fighting. Oh no, no, they never did. No, uh, there are accounts and vid pics in the codexes that literally show the loss fire on the other side of the planet that was still shooting um, as as the planet was breaking apart. So that's why there's that saying, um, the planet broke before the guard did, right? Um, and it's fantastic. Definitely one of the coolest moments for me is I love how humans are nothing special, just raw manpower and numbers with sheer willpower. Well, it's not sheer willpower. They're like the guard are psycho conditioned. Most guardsmen, when you go into training, you go through some psycho conditioning and some hypnotherapy, depending on the planet, right? Not all regiments go through it, but a majority of them that are from like hive worlds that have like the technology will go through some sort of a hyper conditioning or hypnotherapy, um, in order to not defect, right? You're not going to get that from guardsmen that come from like backwater worlds, or like from feudal worlds or all that stuff, or agri worlds, like where resources aren't readily available. Um, uh, but you are going to get it from guardsmen from hive worlds, industrial, different from forge worlds, industrial worlds. Um, uh, Pre-nuclear, as in like, or sorry, post-nuclear worlds. So like they have like fusion cores and all that stuff and whatnot, that the Mechanicus gave them, or they had like fusion technology, and then the Mechanicus just gave them better stuff, sanctioned stuff, all that stuff. So there's a divide between like what the world, which regiment your guard regiment was from, and then what the world is like comes out of, if that makes any sense. Um, Feudal worlds probably do not have the technology to do the hyper conditioning and the psychotherapy that a hive world does. Um, uh, but the um, other guard, but other guard planets would. And additionally, you would have your commissars. So like, yes, it's sheer willpower, but it's not willpower like you and I kind of know within a guard regiment. It's different. The training is different. Um, a lot of people equate the guardsmen of today, your standard line guardsmen, as like rangers, like U.S. Army Rangers, or near peer special forces, or close to peer special forces. I disagree with that. Um, I think that Rangers is more of an accurate description, of what a guardsman today would look like. Um, and then, of course, you shove in all the hyper conditioning and propaganda, and you're growing up in this totalitarian, this you know, theocratic, militaristic, fascist regime and all that stuff, because that's what the that's what the Imperium is. Unfortunately, is that they have to be like super hyper the bad guy, or super hyper not for the um super hyper kind of caricature mustachio twisting stuff, um, because like they're deadly xenophobic, right? They believe in hating anything that's not baseline human, or not uh, you know sanctioned transhuman. So like the Space Marines and the Mechanicus. Um, uh, if you don't go to the church, depending on how close you are to Terra. If you don't go to the church every once in a while, you're put on a list. So yeah, it's the Imperium's not a nice place to be, but it is certainly, like, guardsmen brought up in that their willpower is different. Yes, they're baseline human, but they've changed so much within uh, within the guard and all that stuff. It's very complicated. As a matter of fact, I have I have the Sabbat Worlds Crusade, and I also have the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer, and it talks about the guardsman's psycho conditioning. Well, there's an ad. Can I snooze it, please? Yeah, snooze. There we go. So it talks about the Imperial Guardsman's psycho conditioning. If you haven't picked this up, it's a fantastic read. And it's the Imperial Infantryman's Handbook. And it reads just like a field manual from the Imperial Guard. That's what it looks like. It's fantastic. Hold on, let me find the page. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. That means a lot to me. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, yeah. While you talked about love everything, I definitely love how you skipped the ad while talking. Really love everything of the stream so far. Uh, so thank you. Oh well, I hope the ad doesn't play just yet. If it does, I'm sorry. But yeah, rules and regulations, training equipment, entire. I think it's in here. I want to say it's in here. Yeah. So okay, there's a oh, and you got your badge. You got your the subscribership badges are working. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I was worried that they weren't looking or that they weren't working. So here's some of the psycho conditioning, right? So you obey the Imperial Guard functions as a potent fighting organization because of the strict way in which way they uphold those laws below. No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. You're not stupid. You're not stupid. I stutter sometimes. Um, you will obey them at all times without question or thought or hesitation. If one soldier flout the authority he is bound to, the whole system and structure or order comes under immediate threat. Anyone seen to be destabilizing the system will be dealt with the harshest possible manner. Imperial justice will not be denied. So that's like you're talking about psycho. When we talk about Imperial Guardsmen, they are psycho conditioned to believe this stuff, or not believe, but operate this stuff, right? Additionally, well, else I'll read this bit. You will know neither privacy nor solitude again. Your daily program of activities is predetermined. Your living quarters, when available, will be monitored. Your equipment will be inspected with frequency. Your behavior, mental disposition, and mental fortitude will be under non-stop scrutiny. Ah, no. Snooze. Okay. We're not done yet. We're not done talking about lore. Um, so similar to the Tau, kind of. Well, yes and no. So, like, the Tau believe in the immutable laws of the caste system. The Guard still has that upward mobility. Like if you're a good guardsman, if you're a good trooper, then you um, can rise in the ranks of the Imperial Guard and become greater than a guard commander, right? Uh, a perfect example would be if you were in the guard and you're not a very good line soldier, but you're an awesome quartermaster, or you really, really, really like, um, or you're really good at um, uh, cataloging supplies. Like they're like your sergeant's like, look, you're not good on the field. I'm gonna move you to a supply chain, and you kick ass as the supply officer. Um, you then can rise the ranks through that way and become a member of the Departmental Minitorum and the Adeptus Terra that way, and then you can rise the ranks through there. Um, the Tau, it doesn't matter if you're a good soldier or a bad soldier. You're going to be a fire warrior regardless. You have to be in your caste system. Guardsmen can, depending on how good they are at their role and depending on what role the Imperium put them in, um, they could jump ship and do anything else they wanted. Right? There are guardsmen that became so well versed in something that they were like, oh, I'm just going to do X. I'm just going to do Y. And because they were high enough in rank, the Imperium's like, all right, just don't screw it up, and that's fine. Baseline infantry, yeah, there's some similar. There's the propaganda of the Imperium, and then there's the propaganda of the Tau. Very much similar, very much same. But Tau have a caste system, whereas the Imperium doesn't, but does. Like, you can jump into different strata of society. You just have to survive long enough and be recognized as worthy or good. So, there's that. Yeah, I mean, it's literally in chapter one of Principles and Regulations, which is after the Minotaurium equipment book, right? Where it talks about, your. Well, what's the book called? The book is called. Oh, do it again. The book is called the Imperial Infantryman's Handbook, right? And it has the Minotaurium Manual and the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer. Those are the two books within this one book. It was really good. It's a really good read. Um, some of it is tongue in cheek, right? Some of it is very much tongue in cheek, right? For example, when they talk about the enemy, they. I'll give you this, right? Right. So they talk about when they talk about enemies, right? Um, uh, so they talk about the Eldar, right? And or sorry, they talk. I'll do the Tyranids actually. They talk about the Tyranids, right? And they have a basic drawing. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but they have a basic drawing of like a Biovore, a Gene Stealer, and a Gargoyle. And underneath, they're like, uh, in the writing, Gene Stealers attack in large swarms. This means they present a large target. Use frag grenades and volley fire to blow them to ichor. They are generally slow and sluggish, and have been seen to attack their own brethren when panicked. Like all Tyranids, they vary in coloration. Their bodies can be black, blue, purple, loathsome creatures. But in the... Ah, no! Okay, this is the last time I'm going to be able to snooze, and then we have to do a commercial break. Um, and in the writing, right, it says, if I can, it says puny claws, short and multi jointed limbs, right? That is definitely not what gene stealers are. Gene stealers are fast, they're smart, and they are definitely deadly. So there is some propaganda in the book. Very much propaganda in the book. But if you read it, this is kind of like a snapshot of what guardsmen are supposed to have on them at all times and what they genuinely read. But yeah, oh boy, it's a good book. But yeah, it like I said, it mentions the fact that they are going to be mentally monitored, the fact that they're um, reading it a bias source. I definitely want to pick it up. Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, they're definitely, like I said, they're definitely monitored. They're mentally monitored. Their behaviors monitored. Their moral fortitude. The moral fortitude's monitored. You know, your judge, your watch, you're monitored at all times. So there is, in their training, they do go through some sort of loose um, doctrinal, um, hypnotherapy, all that stuff. But it's really good. But yeah, I liked playing. I liked the guard for what they were because it was the basic human going up against the uncountless monstrosities of the 41st millennium and having to deal with it. And there are actually some really good books um, in the Black Library repertoire that you should read. Gaunt's Ghosts. The Gaunt's Ghost series is fantastic. It gives you more of the human vibe, the human snapshot for the Imperial Guard. Um, uh, but yeah, Gaunt's Ghosts is a fantastic series by Dan Abnett. But yeah, it's a really good series. All right. Welcome, 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 everyone that's joining me. Okay, that guy is done. Well, at least his fatigues are done. Okay, I gotta head out. It's 1 p.m., so I gotta do some stuff while it's light out. I will definitely pop again and thank you for talking about lore. Well, I do appreciate it, and thank you for returning as a subscriber. So, some things that I do stream before you leave. I do stream Sons of the Forest, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer, Dark Tide, and occasionally I'll play a Star Wars game. So like X-Wing, Star Wars X-Wing, X-Wing TIE Fighter, all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for joining. And we're going to go into an ad in about 45 seconds, folks. and stuff. It's on the way. Life sucks. Ever so slightly. You need to mess with some matches. Just dancing. Go mad with it, hand in hand with it. No use in asking. Way too cute, no cap. Your lies are more black, and your eyes keep on embarrassing me. Every second I'm trying to write an hour with you, and I need to be an hour with you, and I'm in the mood. I could be there soon. Hello, everyone. We're doing some assembly line painting, and we're painting the uniforms of my guardsmen. Keep on embarrassing me. Now with you, and I need hour for two. Oh yeah, there's a good. This is a good song. Dreaming I was unaware. Lives save people. Beneath the comfort of this place. There's hunger only to escape. I'd live, I was awake. Let's go there. Let's seek our escape. Come on, let's go there. Let's just have to escape. Can you take me higher? Was place where linemen see. Can you take me higher? to a place where blood and streets I heard a range. There's to appreciate those nights and those dreams. And I planned sacrifices all the sights. If I could link the earth and my dreams are the same. The only slave senses, the red love, breathes all of the hate. And so there, let's make our escape. Come on, let's go there. Let's decide say, can you take me higher? I swear line and sea. Can you take me higher? To a place where golden streams so there, I sail there, let's go there, and let just every stay can. Oh, I feel like it's first time. Have I strong enough? Make these dreams and make them mine. Enough, these dreams and make them mine. Music. Useless, this is hubris to try. This I told you, didn't I? He's abusive. Time before. No, you won't. Let's switch it up a little bit because I love the music. But I got me to do some Patreon. That's pretty funny. What army is this? This is the Imperial Guard. Yeah, I can tell you about them. Hold on. So the Imperial Guard is the the space. How do I? Okay, hold on. Let me put it in frame of reference. So the Space Marines are like Space Marines are specialized fighting forces, right? Gene enhanced, got a crap ton of extra organs that the Emperor made, shoved into them. Um, two hearts, uh, a fused rib cage. Like they get all the special treatment. The Imperial Guard, and you send in the Space Marines when shit has hit the fan, and the Guard don't cut it. Um, you send them in to neutralize an enemy target. It only like Space Marines only like their chapters are only 1,000 Space Marines strong. In some books, only like it could take as little as 10 Space Marines to pacify an entire planet. The Imperial Guard is damn it. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah. So the Space Marines are like your tailor-made special force, right? Right. They're above special forces, but they're tailor-made to solve a problem. It only takes about 10 Space Marines. There have been some books that have alluded that it only takes about 10 Space Marines to pacify an entire planet, right? Um, the Imperial Guard is not that. They are your standard baseline human that have been, some regiments have been hyper indoctrinated through hyper conditioning and psychotherapy. Other regiments are no better off than just a bunch of peasants with that barely understand their weapons. That they came from like a feudal world. They kind of understand the technology, but a few of it's just still mystical and magical. And then there are the guard regiments in between that understand technology and all that stuff, but they're just plain Joe Schmo. Um, the guard are is a hammer. Um, uh, is called the hammer of the Imperium, right? I also refer it as an anvil. The guardsmen, like the Imperial Guard, is the anvil that the Space Marines strike as a hammer. Um, that's what I believe the Imperial Guard is. Where but other people are like, well, the guardsmen are like your hammer, and then the Space Marines are the scalpel, right? So that's that's kind of the how the guard are treated, right? It's just standard baseline humans that are drafted into the Imperial Army or into the Imperial Guard, and then trained with the standards of the Imperium, and then just sent out to either defend the territories that they've been assigned to in the versions of the PDF, or they are sent out in crusade missions to fight in battlefields far flung all throughout the galaxy. Um, but yeah, that's the Imperial Guard. Actually, I'm going to go get some water real quick. I play Dark Tide, and I like the Psychers. So the Psychers are a part of the Imperial Guard. As a matter of fact, Psychers are a part of most of the branches of the military within the Imperium. Then there are different categories of Psyker. You have the uh, sanctioned Psyker, and they are, that's your baseline Psyker. Most sanctioned Psykers serve in the Imperial military as either um, battle line Psykers or Primaris Psykers. Then you have your astropaths, who are designed and trained to send messages with their mind deep into um, from one planet to like the other side of the galaxy, or from one planet to another in a chain, otherwise known as an astropathic choir. Um, uh, and then you have navigators, who are psychers specifically bred to navigate ships through the warp. And then you have Space Marine Librarians, which are similar to Imperial Guard Sanctioned Psychers and Primera Psychers, except they are on a whole new level of power. Um, and then there are psychers that work for the Inquisition that fill in roles like mind reading, uh, telekinesis, you know, um, uh, projection, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, sanctioned psychers are primarily in the Imperial Guard. Are those SF? Yes, yes, those are SF beret colors. They are security forces berets. I am painting I'm painting this particular Imperial Guard army based off of the uh, 1041st Security Police Test Squadron. Um, that is what I'm going based off of, and I'm doing it with the um, I'm doing it based off of um, the Operation Safe Side beret or Operation Safe Side uniform, and I will show you that right now. So that is the picture. I mean, come on, security forces. You don't think I was not gonna paint the? Do I get the figures from the internet or from shops in Misawa? Misawa does not have, or they have a rogue trader, but the places that I source my models from is Gearbox in Hachinohe, American Paradise up in Amori City. Occasionally, uh, Yorzuya uh, uh, will have a model or two that I can use. I mean, mainly I get them for the paints. Um, so like the Yurzura in Hachinohe, the Yurzura in Amori occasionally. Like it's hit and miss really. And then uh, if you go down to Sendai, there's a Yokobashi camera. They have occasional boxes, models there that you can purchase. But really, the only place that you can purchase Games Workshop models is down south in Tokyo, where they have Tokyo has a lot more rogue traders that have a lot more stock, but they also have official Games Workshop stores, Warhammer stores. Um, so yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I got one of these box sets from in Okinawa at a place called Cardbox. They sell a lot of, if you're in Okinawa, in Kadena Air Base or in the around the area of Kadena Air Base, they sell box sets, 40K box sets called Cardbox in American Village. And it's right and Card Box. For those of you that don't know where it is, it's right next to that British pub area. Same building, same floor, ground floor, all that stuff. But a majority of my collection is since I've been collecting ever since 2012, 2000, 2002, 2003. But when I did live in England, I collected a lot there too. Yeah. If you go to Akihabara uh, in Tokyo, there is the Warhammer Cafe. But there's other stuff I can show you guys too. There's other rogue traders you can go to too if you have the time and you wanna explore more of the mega city that is Tokyo. Okay, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. I need to get these guys. 2, 3, 4, and okay. So we got what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh well, you're a different color, so I have to use you last. Or I have to do you last because you're blue actually. And then I got to do the arms for all the weapons. And then I think what we'll do is we'll move on to the web gear. But we can absolutely talk about lore. I have no problem talking about lore while we're doing a painting stream. I'm not as good um, uh, about like lore introductions um, than other people, but I can still talk about lore. Sorry, I'm just clearing my notifications. Yep. Okay. Cool. What's my favorite what? My favorite faction? My favorite piece of lore? Like, if you want to talk about them. Oh well, I mean, obviously it's the. I mean, it's the guard. It's just, look. It's they got tanks. They got good tanks. No. Faction or lore? Well, let's see. I would have to say my favorite series from Black Library, which is the publishing house of Games Workshop, that makes Warhammer 40K books. My favorite series has to be the Gaunt's Ghosts. Close second to Eisenhorn, written by the same author, Dan Abnett. But I like the Gaunt's Ghost series. It literally does kind of give you a like a, a, a in-person view of what 40K was when it first started and how it evolved throughout the years and how the Guard first started and how the Imperial Guard evolved throughout the years in subtle ways, right? Um, because there's some stuff in Gaunt's Ghost books that are slightly dated, right? They talk about how the Guard, um, it's just called the Imperial Guard. It's not called the Astra Militarum, and it talks about some of the older functionings of the Imperial Guard with the Departamento Minatorum before like a lot of the main books about the Imperial Guard came out. Um, and then it talks about like the roles of the commissars and the officers before really the Guard kind of evolved their lore. But yet it's still good enough. It's still wonderful and decent enough of a story to like survive the test of time lore wise. And I like it. It's a I always recommend Gaunt's Ghost because it's a great introduction to 40K before 10th and ninth edition. Actually, before ninth edition. Before the Great Rift opened, the Cicatrix Maledictum, and before the Imperium split into Imperial Nihilists and Imperial and I think it's like Imperial Supremacists, whatever one and whatever the day one is, or Imperial Ultima, something like that. Um, I like that. I like that. And then another one that I think is really interesting to read is again Eisenhorn because that kind of introduces you to the Inquisition and how an Inquisitor can be like start off their career and then fall like quote unquote fall from grace kind of a deal. Um, I think it's a fantastic series. Um, it's more esoteric. Like it talks about like things that your standard imperial person in the imperial world would never know. Just they just wouldn't know. They wouldn't know about chaos cults. They would, or if they did, it's very dangerous and all that stuff. They wouldn't know about the supernatural abilities of certain chaos covens and all that stuff. Like they wouldn't know that. They wouldn't know what a demon looked like. Or if they did, they would be put on a watch list and just watched forever and all that stuff. So fantastic. They're a good, fantastic read. Um, like I said, I like the Imperial Guard because they're just minus the psycho conditioning that a few guard regiments go through, or I would say a decent amount of guard regiments go through. They're just people. They're just people holding the line against the dark in that Dylan Thomas like rage against the dying of the light. You know, um, like and you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go quiet into that good night, or do not go gentle into that good night. That's the kind of that's what the guard does on a daily basis. You know, um, and I love the faction. And the guard ranks vary between world and world. Like they have a standardized ranking system, but if you read any of the Imperial Guard books, they'll have different naming conventions for that ranking system. Let me take a look real quick. So the standard ranking system for an Imperial Guardsman is trooper, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, major general, lieutenant general, marshal, general, lord, lord general, and war master. Now, some of the ranks have changed since the publishing of this book, but that's the basics. But that's like you could go to a Praetorian Imperial Guard unit and say, where is your veteran sergeant? And you're talking about a sergeant, right? Or where is your veteran trooper? And you're talking about a corporal, right? They have different names or different equivalencies. There's a guard regiment that has high captain or lord captain, and it denotes their rank, but it also denotes their where they were, or what house that they were born to, right? So a high captain was a captain born into the higher houses. A lord captain was born into the lord's house, or the lord's houses. All that stuff. So like there's different equivalencies, but to standardize everything, they came out with this book saying, "Hey, look, this is what the officer ranks or the enlisted and officer ranks equivocate to. You can add more ranks to it, but in the end of the day, a sergeant is a sergeant. You could tell them you could add an honorific to it, but it's still a sergeant. Um, you could add an honorific to a captain, but they're still a captain. Um, you can change the name. You could, instead of a lieutenant, you just call them platoon commander or a company commander for a major or a colonel, right? Whatever the case is, or a brigade commander. All that stuff. They don't. There's no there's no difference. But yeah, so I always love talking to Imperial Guard players, especially if they made their own guard regiment, because they'll design and homebrew their backstory. Would you compare salamanders and space marines? Okay, so salamanders are space marines. They are a chapter of Space Marines. They are one of the founding chapters of Space Marines, founding legions of Space Marines, right? Because they have a Primarch, Vulcan, and um, uh, the Salamanders Legion before the breaking, before the Codex Astartes, the Salamanders Legion was a very, very well hailed legion. They focused on building relations with the population. They believed that they were put, and this particular doctrine survives to this day. They believed that they were put to, or that they were created to defend humanity, to protect humanity. Um, uh, and so they're one of only a few Space Marine chapters slash legions that actually gave a damn about the civilian population of the Imperium. So they would, instead of seeking glory or taking the fight to the foe, they would adopt more defensive positions. They'd still take the fight to the foe, but they would adopt defensive positions first to stem the killing and the bloodshed and all that stuff, to ensure that wherever they had secured was safe enough to where they started marching forward and then taking the fight to the enemy. Um, they're similar to the Imperial Fists. They're really good at defensive tactics and holding actions. Um, but they're that up close and personal kind of legion. They like to light you on fire and watch you burn. So they're they're special like that. As a matter of fact, they're one of the very few Space Marine Legion slash chapters that used phosphex often and frequently to a worrying degree. And a lot of Marines were like, "Oh yeah, this stuff is fucking brutal." Like there were some chapters and legions po- before the heresy and post heresy that were like, "Yo, we should not be using this stuff. This stuff is not cool." But the salamanders were like, not cool, but it burns. Cool. Let's go do that. Let's go handle that real quick. Yeah, the salamanders are very specialized in flame weaponry, um, defensive actions. If they do go on the assault, they prefer to go and meet you like face to face. Um, um, there's definitely a they definitely have a vibe. The king, he was on carven throne. Oh, yeah, I hope that answered. Hope that answered your question. Um, if I was to choose a Space Marine chapter to play, I probably would play. Um, I probably would play either um, Salamanders or it's a tie between like Dark Angels and I mean the good old blue boys, them good old blue boys, the Ultramarines are they're good too. They're good too. Um, or I just make my own chapter. I probably would do that. Yeah, the Salamanders are definitely a another ad break. All right, and about ah, all right. Okay, the ad's over. All right, so yeah, yeah. I mean, most Space Marine chapters like treat the Salamanders not with like they don't treat them like with indifference or all that stuff, but they're just like, oh god, some Space Marine chapters just don't understand the salamanders. Um, uh, One in particular was like, um, the Black Templars were like, yeah, I really do not understand why you guys worry about Imperial casualties and civilians. Like our job is to kill the enemies of the Emperor, or like that's our job. Like we should worry about civilians second. As a matter of fact, if the civilians are not helping us kill the enemies of the Emperor, they're fucking useless, kind of a deal. Um, uh, so that's kind of the um, there are some Space Marine chapters that just don't understand that the Salamanders do value the the Imperium citizenry more than like honor, glory, and all that stuff. All right, so that one's done. The one thing I like assembly line painting is well and good, and I will say it's well. Thank you very much, John 32. Praise the Emperor. I see that the Mechanicus has gotten you. You've got a 32 RG in your name. You're probably from one of the Forge Worlds. Praise the Omnissiah. Start chanting in binary. 011100001011110. My receptors witness glory to the coming of the flame. Titans striding forward, or naughty by the score. Great mechanic roar. Tradition is our bulwark, we will hold forevermore. Our wrath has come online. Welcome all and are watching. For those of you that are curious, I am doing assembly line painting of my Imperial Guard, and I'm painting the olive drab uniform. Trying to get this done. Most of the units done. I would like to finish these, at least the uniform portion, before Christmas. I took a month off from painting because I had literally painted, if you look on my YouTube channel, I literally painted like a massive amount of streams. I think, hold on, let me actually take a look real quick now. Now you got me curious. Lives. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 5 streams. One of which was, I think, 24 hours long. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Oh, hold on. I can't seem to find the 24-hour stream. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it wasn't showing up. Okay. So let me see. How many was there? There was more than that. Yeah, that's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. 8 painting streams in the span of a month. 2 of them were 24-hour live streams. So yeah, very much. So I had to take a break. So I was getting sloppy and tired. And we don't do good when we're sloppy and tired, Guardsmen. We cannot serve the Emperor when we're exhausted. All right, let's get back to the music. Oh. Oh. Ah. The five knuckle shuffle. I love it. All right, so we got the olive drab of the. All right, so we got the olive drab of the uniforms done. Now we need to get the olive drab of the rifles done. Dear God in heaven. Yeah, I can power through. I can power through for one more hour. And I am going to take a break. Ah. Yeah. Whew. Wanna change, Raven's charming. Yeah, let's read your heart again. I don't care to settle. The devil doesn't settle. The devil doesn't bargain. The devil doesn't bargain. Let's just down to a friend. Compressing. You in the end. To let go. It doesn't bargain. explain what it's like to be a man. They don't care about what you know. It's not how you feel, what you provide inside that home. Inside that home. And they don't care about what you know. It's not how you feel. Content creation bliss. Nothing back. It will not last. We were almost there. First time when you almost cared. Oh, how did I miss that rifle? Oh, shucks. Oh. for the bosun and one for the mate. I'll buy one for the man on the topsails all day. One for the shaker who keep him on gain, and the one for the gunner who's well on his way. Another one just for good measure. And the turban boy just got promoted today, so he's working his hands when the bone for his pay. When his chin to dock in the bay, and on land since months to the day. Everyone's not worth the treasure. So let's go, boys, we're over and under. We'll run through the thunder to bring us back home. Oh, boys, with the waves crashing under, Lord, I wonder how we're not in the foam. One for the first mate aware of the storm, Pharaoh's Richard and worn. For the virgin who's wrecked as a mule, the swabbies well sure that would be cruel, and to put him back at his leisure. Go, boys, we're over and under. Thunder to bring us back home. Here we go, boys, with the waves lashing under. I wonder we're not in the foam. Second to send all his pay, and just withered and frayed, and soaked through and through. Cavalry, they send me off to war. I want a good speed under me. I want to be in the cavalry, riding me off to war. I want a horse and a volunteer forces riding towards the dawn. They save me from gallantry, through like a line I'm gone. When your sons are in the charge and the lines are drawn, the boldly save a good hoofbeat with a limber loud and long. As what soldier make, I'll be slow and slow at march. I'd be sick on a navy ship, and the pig would leave me parched. First in line with me ride, my God, you'll see my starch. Over the heath with a laurel wreath underneath the victory arch. Send me off to war. I want a good steed under me, like my forefathers before. I want a good snare where the bugles sounds, I hear that cannon's roar. I want to be in the cavalry if they send me off to war. And my spurs and the battles blur, to my is lost or won. Their right lances the ponies dance, and the black hats fire their guns. Saber keen and a settle carbine and an arming Remington. Vodka steamers a pale coast steel, let me be a cavalryman. I wanna be in the cavalry if they send me off to war. I wanna be seated under me with his forefathers before. I want a good mare where the bugle sounds and I hear that cannons roar. I wanna be in the cavalry with me off to war. I wear flutes and stirrup my boots and place them back to front. For I won't be back in the rudderless black when I finish with my hunt. I wanna be in the cavalry, they just go off to war. I wanna be in the cavalry, and I won't ride home no more. Once before, one foot in sea and one on shore. We have every hope flung high. I'll map of the world with my Irish eyes. too young for a chair, maybe then some. That made us scared. On the ground up, try to lift the whole damn crowd up. Oh man, I think I'm going to call it here, guys. We're almost done with the green. We're almost done with the green. Because it's 1 o'clock here. It's about to be 1 o'clock. So we got most of the olive drab done on the models. This one still needs to go blue and white. But everything else we almost got done on the models. We just got to do this sprue for the rifles and the arms and the grenade launcher and the plasma gun. And then, do I dare hope that we're going to be done with olive drab for at least this round of guardsmen? We still got another box to do. We still got, actually, we still got 2 more boxes to do. I think, hold on. Yeah, this was a start collecting. So, oh God, I got 80 guardsmen I need to finish. Whew. We're gonna try. We're gonna do our damnedest. Because 60 is for 2,000 and the 80, yeah. We're gonna try. God damn it, we're gonna get it done. We are gonna get it done. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be frustrating at times, but we're gonna get it done. And then we got to get a heavy weapons team like this done. We got to get 2 more. 2 more lost cannons and then a missile launcher team. Because I got, what's this, 1? No, that's not it. That is not the correct base size. Because these are the old base sizes. Yeah. Yeah, that's the old base size. Oh, I think they're in here. I was about to say, damn it, did I not have? I think they're in here. Yes, they are in here. So we need to get 2 more of these. Or 3 more of these. So probably do another lost cannon and another two more lost cannons and then 2 more missile launcher teams. And that should be that. I really don't want to open this though. We'll figure it out. Oh my lord. Whew. Yeah, tired. And if I'm tired, I'm going to make mistakes. And mistakes are not worthy of the Emperor's service. So, well, it's not that they're not worthy of the Emperor's service. It just makes the Emperor's service that much harder. Let's see. What do we have here? We have plasma gun, a grenade launcher, and then a bunch of plasma pistols, I want to say. One plasma pistol. Power sword, yep. Yeah, plasma pistol. But I painted that green. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I sure did. I sure accidentally painted that one green. Well, that's going to have to get repainted blue. Unless there's a plasma pistol in here that I can doctor up. There is... There is not. I dorked that up. Okay, alright, well... Not the first mistake. Certainly not the last. That can be fixed. It's the one thing I do like about painting is that it's not permanent and it can be fixed. Oh, you know what? I think I painted that. Yeah, now I remember. I painted that green because that was going to be another sergeant's pistol. That makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. So I just have to repaint that blue. That's not too bad. All things considered. Just looking at this one more time just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Is there anything in the command sprue up here I can take a look at? A bolt pistol. It's a melt-a-gun. Bolt pistol, power sword. Doesn't look like it. That's okay. Well, shucks. What's in here? Plasma pistols I can... Oh, I can use that one. Oh no, that's got sergeant chevrons. Son of a gun. Well, you know what? Learning experience. Ugh, always a learning experience. I mean, honestly, that's how building kits work. Is that you just learn, just make mistakes, and you continue to learn. Because if you don't make mistakes, you never learn. And even if you do it right the first time, it's never guaranteed that you're going to do it right all the time. So you got to learn how to make mistakes to recover from them. And if you struggle to do that, well, then that's your challenge. No one can be perfect 100% of the time. Needs more towel. Well, Flea, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. Hold on, 2 out of 5 ads. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know if I. And we're back. All right. Well, good. Thank you very much for letting me know that you're back. But as I was saying, I don't. I, me personally, as much as I think the Tau are a good faction to play and whatnot, I don't prescribe to the Tau. I just don't. Um, the Guard are it for me. That's how the Guard work. Big talk for someone. I mean, big talk for someone in Death Strike range. That's how that works. Your railgun requires line of sight. Mine doesn't. But yes, I like I said, I don't think for me, I don't like the tower. Fine, but I prefer something that you know. Um, I prefer the guard. The guard are a nice middle of the road faction that I think everyone can enjoy to play and all that stuff. And it's not difficult to learn. The learning curve isn't astronomical, particularly when it comes to how effective the guard can be at with other factions. Like you can literally tool the guard to be anti Tau, to be anti Chaos Space Marines, to be anti Tyranid, to be anti Orcs. You can't necessarily do that with Tau because they don't have, like, once you get into close combat, in most circumstances it's over. Like you can get alpha struck as the Tau in close combat by the Tyranids. Several Chaos factions can get into your ranks, and there's ways you can plot around that. But for beginners, I always recommend Space Marines, and I always recommend the Imperial Guard, and I also recommend the Orcs to a lesser degree because Orcs you just need a lots of boys, and then you don't care. Like, yeah, their shooting is absolute garbo, but when you have just a green wall, you don't need to well, shooting doesn't become a factor at that point because there's you're just filling the air full of bullets. Um, but yeah, the races I would recommend second if people are trying to expand would be, I would say, if they play Marines and they want to test out Chaos, I would go take Chaos Demons, right? Because they're niche, but it says what it says on the tin, like it does what it says on the tin. Um, I would also go, if they haven't started Orcs, I would say Orcs. Do Orcs. Necrons, I would do Necrons, and then Tau. And then for the next bit, it would be Nids. Um, well, actually, no, Nids is pretty easy too. I would recommend if they're more combat oriented, if they want to be more up and close and in your face, combat oriented. But basically, the two races that I would not recommend off the board is for new beginners is Eldar and Dark Eldar, because they are so and Harlequins, because they're so strategically they're so they lean into strategy. Like they're tactics and strategy heavy. You can't you can't just put an Eldar army on the field and expect it to work. You have to design it a certain way. And yes, you can modify an Eldar army to against your opponents, but unless you know everything about like Eldar and their abilities and all that stuff, it yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend it for new beginners. Um, yeah, for me, it's Chaos Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Orcs, Nids kind of fit in the same. Nids is a little bit more complex because you have to remember you have to remember synapse ranges and make sure that like your upgraded units are all like pointing in the same general direction, kind of a deal. Um, but yeah, I don't. Oh, Gene Stealer Cults. Gene Stealer Cults is another one that I would not recommend for a beginner, because they're soft and squishy like the guard, um, and it's difficult for them to get into range. Or it's difficult for a new player to figure out like all the tactics and strategies that successfully work, right? But yeah. Anyway, that's going to be it for this episode. Sorry, the flea, that you've come in at the tail end of um, the stream, but it's one about to be 1:15 here, and I do have to get some rest. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I do have to get some rest because I am going to try and take the girls out on a mystery ride tomorrow. Because it's about to be Christmas, and we want to do something fun as a family. Um, so yeah, that's kind of the goal. Um, and so hopefully I can. I'm streaming tomorrow night. I'll be streaming The Forest tomorrow night, and then Saturday night I'll probably stream either Total War, or I will stream or I'll be back to painting this, and then Sunday night that'll be probably be back to painting this, and then I go to work. So anyway, my name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode, and yeah, um, we're gonna continue to work on the pile of shame. Hopefully, hopefully I can get all the olive drab for this particular set done. Um, and then I can work on the tanks. Right, I got two Lehman Russ tanks that. Actually, I got four Lehman Russ tanks at the beginning of the stream. I got four Lehman Russ tanks that need to be finished, um, and then maybe I'll work on the Sentinel. But yeah, my name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. If you like what you see, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Join me Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Kick. I am on Instagram as well. I actually did try and stream on Instagram, but the Instagram formatting did not work. It actually kind of sucked. And yeah, so well, I say it sucked because it was like, you know, it was like this. It was like you were holding up a camera and you only saw like a sliver. So I have to fool around with the formatting of Instagram before I can stream there. But yes, I will see you guys in the next episode, and I truly do hope you guys have a lovely holiday and a wonderful new year. And I will see you guys in the next episode. Bye bye.